And hello, very good evening. Welcome again to the live stream. And we've got a bit of a mixture of Train Sim World 5 and Train Sim Classic. So we're going to start off with a London Overground service from Richmond through to Stratford. So we're going to do Train Sim Classic to pick it up from Richmond as far as Wilston Junction, and then we'll pick up on Train Sim World 5 to take the 378 on to Stratford. And then we've got something new from Train Sim Classic. It's the Niklas Southeastern extension that he's put in from the Steam Workshop. He's now included another 7 or 8 stations and another 7 or 8 miles, I think it is, Bexleyheath section. So we're going to be doing a run from Dartford through to Charing Cross. So that'll be on Train Sim Classic. Then it's back to Train Sim World 5. So the much maligned Cardiff City Network, we're going to have 2 or 3 runs on that for about an hour. And then to finish with, it's going to be a Class 66 operation. It'll be the 0946. It's an EWR working from Camden Road through to Stratford. So we'll get going first of all with Train Sim Classic. So it's actually going to be to November 29 from Richmond through to Wilston Junction, and then from Wilston Junction it will be Train Sim World 5, and the closest I could get on the timetable was to November 33. So it's another of the Class 378 runs with the Armstrong Powerhouse add-on pack. So it's a while since I've actually used this. It's kind of been taken over really by the Class 378 with the Train Sim World 5 version of the mild May line. But there is a chance to do a full run really from Richmond, so it's kind of not something everybody is completely sure about. Good evening, N8 Scooby. Hello. It's been a bit of a slow start actually. Yeah, good to see you in. Welcome as ever to the stream. I do have your one of your reskins installed now. I've got the 378 installed with the underground colours. So that's something that might see the light of day at some point. I'd love to have that in and around Barking on the Goblin line to represent the tube stop. Oh yes, I forgot about that actually. Yeah, that's the point. We could perhaps get that in actually. You kind of have to do it as a free roam. I'll maybe do it after this run to Stratford. Then that's a good point. So let's get this one underway, and of course just that reminder there that we've got to change over to AC mode once we get to Acton Central. Oh, excellent! Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, there's great potential, I think, with that to to put in a scenario, really. I keep saying it, but it's just finding the time. But I'd love to do a video with a scenario and go into Creators Club and create one. Must do it at some point. Good evening, Christopher. Yeah, it's a shame, really. I think the console users all round, there's one or two issues with Train Sim World 5. We'll get going straight away. Hope you're doing well, Christopher, as well. Oh, there we go, speeding already. Yes, indeed. I was thinking, oh, no, that's not a good start, is it? Oh, dear. Well, that was going so well. That's a great start to the stream. Yeah, that's not good. N8 Scooby. Yeah, Shrewsbury, yes, and Stoke as well. We've had a great weekend, actually. Best weekend Stoke have had in weeks. Not losing at all. So we might not be doing the bit from Richmond through to Wilston Junction at this rate. I mean, it's not a massive problem because we can jump into Train Sim World 5, but we'll try it one last time. But I've just got this funny feeling there's something going on there. Yeah, it's been the best weekend football-wise from a Stoke point of view for quite some time, really. Does wonders for you when you're not playing. The annoying thing is, it's about the only scenario I could find that did a full run from Richmond, so I think we're struggling to find an alternative otherwise. Don't know what the problem could be, actually. I know. Yeah, cracking start, I have to say. It's the joys of Train Sim Classic. It does have a tendency to go wrong on you sometimes. But it's always annoying when it's the first run, though, because you kind of want to get off to a nice, smooth, comfortable start. I mean, I wonder if it's just, I don't know, it just seems a bit strange that. I mean, if we kind of zoom forward a bit, see if there's just something that is causing a... Yeah, there is, you see. Oh, that is strange. Okay, well, it looks as though that's a a no-go. I'll just have a quick check and just see if there is an alternative service that we could actually do for that first section, but nothing like doing this on the fly. Oh, excellent. Yes, I remember you saying you were in that area when we were looking at the Cardiff thing on Wednesday. So, yeah, not a great start, but not to worry. So let's have a quick look. There isn't... There must be a default one. There must be a default one. Let's have a quick look what's in the career thing. Well, that's the one we tried. What about the original stuff? You see, that's got the default sounds on, so I might try that one. So that's Richmond to Stratford, 10:38. But what I kind of need to do is just swap the stock out so that we've got the Armstrong Powerhouse one in. So let's just see if I can just do this quickly on the fly. Yes, I've I've driven through it. I've never been to the area. I've never been to Kew Gardens in my life. But it always looks it looks a lovely area, and I'd love to go and visit it at some point. So let's just try and just edit the one I was gonna have a look at then. So where are we? North London line. So we'll try that one. That 10:38. It's a career scenario. So the one we're driving here is 378229, which is there. Okay. And I can't remember whether it matters which end we need to change, but I want to make sure we've got the Armstrong Powerhouse one included. Can't remember if it fell under... Did it fall under North London line now? Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Maybe it was... Can't remember whether it fell under Rail Simulator or Dovetail Games. I thought it was quite old, so I thought probably Rail Simulator. DTG. Oh, there we go. Class 378 pack. Rail vehicles, electric, 378. So, electric, find available rolling stock. So we want to 378 2. So dear. So swap that one. Oh, that looks like the new livery, doesn't it? Hang on. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's a different, if it's the new colours, does it? Right, just talk amongst yourselves whilst I'm messing about with this. No, we don't want Kuju weather. We want Armstrong Powerhouse weather. Weather AP. I'll just go for that. We'll set it to summer as well whilst we're at it. Hang on. Right, let's give that a try, and if this doesn't work, then we'll move on to the Tradesim Classic, Tradesim World route. So, you know, either way, not the end of the world, but be nice to get us off to a better start than that. Evening, Amaze Days. Yeah, I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? It sounds lovely, and I'm probably the same. You know, I'm no horticulturist or whatever the expression is. I'd probably be bored after a bit once you'd seen how nice it was. Yes. I've watched, I don't know, I've watched 30 seconds and I'd had enough even watching that, really. I don't begrudge the idea, but, you know, I'm sure it'll get a lot of interest, but I certainly don't want to spend hours faffing about with it. Particularly when I spend enough hours faffing about with trying to get this game working. Yeah, I think you might be right. Well, we're going to have a little bit of Cardiff later on. I couldn't ignore it completely. So I'm hoping that the one I've no, it was a Korea one, wasn't it? I thought we'll go for the, hang on, make sure we get the one I've just changed. So we're going to be slightly out with the timings because when we arrive at Wilston Junction it'll be a completely different service, but hopefully this one will work. Yeah, I think there is that. You know, I suppose that's something with me as well, really. Yeah, we've got a slightly odd-looking combination here, but this was just kind of doing this on the fly. So hopefully this time we're going to work. Yeah, I do have the West Somerset Railway. It's a lovely line, actually, because you know, you start off at Minehead and then you go, you actually go past the sea. So it's a lovely ride, and it's well worth. I mean, I've kind of been reluctant to, you know, sort of massively stream it in many ways because you are restricted to going 25 mile an hour. But I think I'm right in saying it's the longest steam. I think it's the longest heritage railway in the country. Yeah, and I'm not against, I mean, I think I said before when they announced it, you know, I'm not against the idea of it, and, you know, anything that gets kids interested in trains is not a bad thing, but it's just not for me, really, and it's just, you know, the hope is, and the worry is, that, I mean, I should imagine it's going to be dead successful, but it's like, if it's going to put them off releasing more serious stuff in the long run, then that would be a nuisance. Yeah, 100% agree. Well, we got a bit farther than we did before anyway, so that's a start. And I do think, I mean, I think the Cardiff City Network just such a missed opportunity, really. There's so many of these lines that it would have been nice to have seen you know, a pretty longer run. They're just, everything's so short on it. I think it's a little bit botched, the livery here, but never mind. I know, absolutely, yeah. And you know, I must confess, when it was on the telly years ago, I was in my teens, and I must admit, I did watch it then at times. I certainly loved the books when I was little. Yeah, it is a lovely route, and it's well worth a run out on. I've done one video on it, which is on the channel somewhere with a Class 33, and I did quite enjoy it. Oh, fantastic! Yeah. Enjoy your dinner. We are coming into Kew Gardens, the first stop. At least we are hopefully going to make our way to Wilston Junction on Train Sim Classic here. Don't know what was up with the original scenario. Yeah, proper hodgepodge of a formation this is. Yeah, I presume I'm right in saying, Amaze Tays, that you certainly weren't tempted to buy the Cardiff City Network in its current state. I'm hoping it's coming over a bit brighter than the last time I played Train Sim Classic, because I noticed on some of the videos it looked a bit on the dull side, the dark side, so I've messed about. Hopefully it's looking a bit brighter. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, isn't it? That started with the ice train, didn't it? When you did that run last weekend. Did you have many crashes before that? I mean, I don't like to jinx myself. Oh, that's madness, isn't it? Amazed Tate. It's funny, isn't it? All that time that Matt Pedalston spent in the stream showing off how you could couple up the 150 to the 153 and even to the pacer, and then they get something as basic wrong as that. But that's kind of, I don't know, it just feels like so typical of Dovetail Games in many ways. Yeah, I think you're right. You know, like I said in the review, it's I can't get overly excited about it. I mean, I'm wishing in a way. I mean, I'm quite looking forward to watching the stream of that Dutch route, which I'm probably not going to buy instantly, being totally honest. But I'll be interested to see how good that looks. And I'll probably end up regretting that I bought the Cardiff City Network so quickly. It's probably the first time really that I've played something and thought, I'm not sure I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it, that? It's absolutely strange. The only issue I ever had was when I bought the Goblin line, and I couldn't get it for work. I spent a whole evening trying to get it to work, and it kept crashing the moment it loaded up, actually. I couldn't figure it out for love nor money. And eventually, I think I read somewhere on a forum, somebody suggested, oh, it might be one of the mods, and I put it down in the end to, I think it was a signalling mod for the East Coast Main Line or something, and the moment I deleted that, it worked okay. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Yeah, you see, I'm very much a one-trick pony as far as stuff like that goes, because I don't really play any other games other than the train games. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, in theory it should be a great thing, and it's good to get the new content coming out, and you know, all this stuff. I mean, the Cardiff City Network went back all the way to August last year, and you know, finally released. But you do think you want everything to be right and finished, and it doesn't quite feel that way with the Cardiff City Network. I've never tried it, no, funnily enough. I mean, I did many years ago with, I go back to Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I'm probably talking about 25 years ago. and I remember being really impressed with myself that I managed to get the Cessna flying from, I think I went from London to, I don't know if it's Heathrow, I can't remember now, but I seem to remember going from London to Birmingham, because I remember flying over Wembley, and I was really pleased with myself that I'd managed to get the navigation stuff worked out. Haha. No, I'm kind of way behind on games. I mean, I've played on, you know, some of them. I've played on Gran Turismo many years ago, but I'm now way off the pace with all sorts of stuff other than the trains, really. But they're almost, I don't know whether it's just me, but it just felt as though, you know, it's kind of a bit like a bad panic to get everything out that they'd announced sort of back in August, and it's like, well, we'll release it whether it's ready or not. It'll get rid of the message. Yeah, well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? With the community, which is fantastic. This is a route that could do with a bit of a makeover, really. This is as basic as it comes, and it was good when it first came out. I always used to struggle coming into this platform that you've kind of got to stop halfway up the platform. Oh, that's brilliant. Right, let's get this into AC mode. So what do we want? Shoes up. So we'll select our AC system. Remember to hang on to it for a few seconds. Yeah, it's lit up definitely. So pan up. There we go. I can hear the roar of the electric motors again, so I've done it right for once. Yeah, it's a long time since I've played any car games of any description. Oh yeah, it'd help if I closed the doors, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't know about that. Bad enough with when I've got bogies on tracks, still manage to go for it to go wrong sometimes. Funnily enough, I was chatting to somebody at work who's absolutely loves flying, and he's been on a flight simulator this week. He flew the 737, so he managed to get it to take off and land, which is always an achievement. I mean, there was a time, it's years ago now, I used to quite enjoyed playing the golf games, and I mean, you know, I was all right on kind of the football stuff, but again, you know, things like FIFA, I'm way adrift on. So the idea behind this run was that it was going to be a continuous run. It was going to be the same train, but that's kind of been knocked out by the first scenario not working. But at least we're covering the right sections. We'll switch over to Train Sim World 5 in a minute when we get to Wilston Junction. Ah, right, okay, yeah. Yeah, it used to be great Classic, wasn't it? And, you know, it's good to hear the real commentators as well, you know, I've seen on the clips. I've always thought something I'd love to actually do, but again, not really got the skills to do it. But if you could recreate, and I've seen one or two people do it on YouTube, but if you could recreate some goals from, you know, real life famous games, I'd love to kind of do the commentary on them, and I could make a video out of that. But the problem for me would actually be replicating the actual moves in the games. Yeah, that'd be brilliant if you could. So I'll tell you, I can tell you now actually, it's 2 November 33 in a minute when we get to Wilston Junction. And I've said before, and I haven't got round to doing it, but I meant to kind of put a bit of a request on the Discord channel at some point on Trade Sim Community, see if we could get, good to have a few people actually having a go at it, and we could kind of almost get a leaderboard going. Ah, right, okay, yeah, no worries. I mean, there's also there's runs later on as well. We got a freight run that we're going to end on, which looks quite a nice one. There we go. So the graphics aren't half bad on this route, but so much better when you load up Trade Sim World 5. So there we go. So we'll give that's the end of that run, and then we'll jump into Trade Sim World 5. Actually, let's get the cover back up again, properly up. That's it. Yeah, absolutely. There's always a way. There's always a way. I mean, I must admit, the plan for today originally was to more or less mainly be doing Cardiff City Network, and okay, we'll manage an hour of it, but I sort of thought I can't manage 4 hours of doing that route. It's just there's just not 4 hours of streaming in it, I don't think so. And the Mildmay line's still one of my favourite routes that's come out. You never know, we might see your underground livery on this run. Not impossible. Yeah, so what did I say now? 2 November 33, I think. Yeah. I love that screenshot actually that they've got on at the moment, and again it's a reminder that I haven't got that Castle Würzburg or whatever it's called route installed, because that's got the original ice train, hasn't it? But I have got it. It's the contrast though, really, isn't it? You know, you're looking at the same station, but that really does, I think, showcase the difference in the graphics. And it's got its faults, Train Sim World 5, but there's moments like this when you look at that and you think, wow. But then it depends who's created it, doesn't it? And you know, there's certainly a lot of love gone into this from Johannes. Oh, we've even got a bit of freight arriving as well. Forget what the buttons are then for opening and shutting the doors. I do get very confused sometimes flicking between Train Sim Classic and Train Sim World. Oh, I know what I need to do as well. I need to switch on my power brake controller too. Yeah, that should work now. There we go. Yeah, it would have been nice with the Cardiff City Network to have had some of the new trains, but even that in itself, you know, I could live with that. I could live with the fact that it's two sprinters, and you know they're reasonably well modelled as well. But it's just the length more than anything. Does make me wonder what we've kind of got coming up from a British point of view in Train Sim World 5. We know about that East Coast Main Line rail tour thing. That seems pretty good. Looking forward to that. The Class 86-2 and the Mark II carriages from Just Trains. That'll be epic, I think. And I'm guessing but surely we're going to fairly soon get some news about Alan Thompson's Manchester commuter route. Right, let's get some headlights on. That's going to get me some points knocked off, isn't it? You really do have to have your wits about you driving this route. But every run I've done on this route so far, and I mean I've not done absolutely hundreds of them, but I've done a fair few, and every second of every one I've enjoyed, because it captures London so nicely. A bit on the short side, aren't I, slightly? Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? That's there's been a load of talk about the console. And again, you know, how could they release a route that is going to be bought by, well, I've no idea how many people have bought it, but by lots of people, knowing full well that it's not going to actually handle very well. I do think sometimes they need to kind of step back a little bit and concentrate on getting some of this stuff fixed rather than constantly churning out new content and almost pretending that they don't know about it. That's the bit that kind of bugs me. So, you know, they'll keep advertising it on the preview as, you know, oh, it's the next best thing since sliced bread, and then when it does come out, it's like less than perfect. They have to know about these problems, don't they? Well, exactly right. Exactly right. I mean, my hunch is, well, they know about it, but they just kind of pretend it doesn't happen. And I can only ever remember, I don't know, maybe once or twice them actually saying a route's going to be delayed by a couple of weeks because we're not quite happy with it. It's not happened very often. And I think it's a shame in many ways, because it really undermines all the fantastic work that people do put in, and you know, some of the stuff that is built is kind of beyond your wildest dreams in terms of detail, and you know, it's lovely, but it's just these ever ongoing issues. I guess maybe they've just realised, well, people buy them anyway, even if they're not quite working. But there's kind of no excuse for it, you know. It should be right. I mean, I know one thing about this route, which is kind of testing on machines, is they've made a great effort to make sure all the various passing points when you go over the East Coast Main Line and the Midland Main Line and the Chiltern Main Line and so on, to make sure there is all the passing trains, which is a kind of a laudable point. But I mean, half the time you don't even realise that you're actually passing over them. I think it works well having the stuff at Stratford and at Wilston Junction, because you are going to see them, but the other points hardly worth bothering about. It's certainly exciting to see what this what Johannes produces next, and also really what Just Trains have got in the pipeline. I mean, after all the debacle with Alan Thompson simulation, I'm not sure whether either they or Dovetail Caves will particularly be wanting them to do anything else for them. That remains to be seen. Having said all that, I'm massively looking forward to that route coming out. Again, a bit on the short side. I mean, obviously that's going over. Well, okay, we've got, that was obviously Midland Main Line, wasn't it? So we did see a train in the background. No, I know. I mean, I think the thing is, you know, particularly with the Cardiff City Network, given, yeah, there's 2 trains included, which is good, but it just doesn't feel like it's worth, you know, £30. You know, maybe £20 at the most, really. I think it's destined to be a route that's going to be in the sale fairly quickly, and probably in, you know, 12 months time you might find, who knows, it might be on sale for £4.99 or something, because I'm not sure how much people will be massively bothered about buying it. I suppose they've obviously tapped into a new set of people interested in the game, and I guess there has been people living in and around Cardiff who've kind of picked it up out of interest. And it's good to see another country included. I've got no complaints about that. No, that used to be an actual thing, didn't it? All the time. And they seem to have dropped that off completely. And I guess it's a little bit of a tactic. It's they've obviously worked out that people presumably buy it in large numbers. Another phrase, that's great. They've obviously realised people will still buy it in large numbers even if they don't give a pre-order discount. But I mean, we constantly I should imagine so. Oh, hang on. Right, let's open the right doors. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. And, it's something that isn't going to work for them forever. This is what they have to be extremely careful about. And sometimes, I mean, we get these monthly roadmaps. But you feel as though, it's pointing less in a general direction of what really is coming out. In some ways, they're often announcing stuff that, I mean, thank goodness about the East Coast Main Line pack. I mean, okay, there isn't a massive amount of new stuff coming out with it, although it looks quite nice. But it was one of those that was destined. I mean, that Class 104, for example, for Peak Rail, is that ever going to come out? And I think somebody was talking on the forums about the Tadami line, but I think they're a fairly small team, and I mean, I quite like the fact that it's another country with Japan, but again, it's kind of a single car unit, so I'm not. Oh, yikes! I'm forgetting my speed here. Oh, this is gonna knock some points off for me here, isn't it? Coming into Gospel Oak. I've probably said it before a load of times, but I'd love to see a kind of a Tokyo commuter network like they've got. I've not actually bought it, but that Trade Sim Classic one's pretty decent. But it would be great for Trade Sim World 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever it might be, and of course the Shinkansen as well. It'd be lovely to have the bullet train in the game. There are definitely a few issues around the game at the moment, and you're not kind of getting any real conviction that they're massively bothered about sorting them. They seem to just skip over them. That seems to be a damn good point. They're the French group, aren't they? And certainly since then, them taking over, I don't think there's been any kind of no, we're going to leave it a couple of weeks because there's a few things we're sorting out. There seems to be an absolutely massive emphasis on getting stuff released and out as quickly as possible, and to hell with the quality. Just occurred to me, actually, I've got my headset on, but I never actually adjusted the sound on the telly, so it's actually coming through on the telly at my end, so I hope it doesn't sound too distorted from your side. Good evening to Hepri Processio. Sorry, have I missed something? What do you mean the settings that I'm using? Just high, I think. I think if I put them on ultra, I think that does cause a few issues. Right, now we can lock it. No, I made a rat hash of that stop. Oh, that's good. Yeah, glad about the sounds. Oh, that's quite handy actually. Then I can actually play and not have me headphones on then. So that's quite good to know. But yeah, I think. I suppose the problem is, and you know, I'm probably, I've done it again with this speed limit. I'm just so many speed changes on this route. I think the problem is there's probably too many mugs like me who are just so excited with stuff coming out that I'll buy it, even though I might be thinking it's maybe debatable as to how good it is. Good evening, Gaming85. Yeah, welcome again. Good to see you in again. Hope you're well. But it certainly made me question, though, with the Cardiff City Network coming out. You know, I think next time when there is a route, I'm thinking, will I buy it on day one? Not sure. I was pleased to see with this this East Coast Main Line rail tour thing that the you're going to be able to substitute the stock in on other routes, which is great to see. It'd be good to, if we can actually have the formations with the Mark 1 carriages as well, because sometimes some of the services it looked a bit wrong actually, just with having those Mark 2 non-air conditioned stock all the time. But it might just be the just the locos will see. But I do like the fact there's a bit of playability about it. I mean, that's kind of what you want with a new pack. Oh, and of course we've got the we've still got the freight packs to come as well, haven't we? Feels so slow, this section. I don't think I'll win any awards for the driving on this route, this run anyway, because a couple of times when I've had 20 mile an hour, I've been going way over. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? And I mean, I think you commented somewhere about them announcing these stuff, you know, sort of way too early, and you kind of assumed it wasn't going to take them that long and that they were not far off from being released, but it seems to have gone pretty quiet. We're still waiting for a new timetable for the 158 on 5 Circle as well, aren't we? So that you can actually finally drive that Leave and Branch livery on the 5 Circle itself. I mean, I thought that was supposed to be imminent. I don't know whether Skyhook or Rivet Games are doing the timetable on that. Yeah, definitely right. And it's got to be a priority. You would have thought that's going to be a route that surely they've got on the agenda of the East Coast Main Line. South. I know we've said it a million times, but you know, we want joined up routes. Yeah, and again, it's that constant issue, isn't it? How to balance them out, and I think, like you said, unless you've kind of got the next generation of consoles, then it's probably a battle that's always going to be a constant issue. I mean, I don't really understand. I know obviously it's powered by Unreal Engine and stuff, but do you think it's kind of Unreal Engine that was a bad choice to power the game, or do you think it's just generally the fact that the consoles don't really have enough memory in them to operate a game like this? There we go, Highbury and Islington, of course. We've got a East London line train over there, haven't we? I can get my camera down, there is. It's over there anyway. Right, okay, yeah. And always don't think we'll be getting that fast on this route, Hepbury. That's madness, N8 Scooby, isn't it? Yes, I heard that. It might even have been you that said it, but yeah, I think if we ever got into the realms of them saying, well, we're going to invent a new game because we want to use the next version of the Unreal Engine, then I think there would be a riot. Oh, I've done it again, haven't I? Right, left doors. This driver's going to get the sack on this run. Done about tea and biscuits with the manager. Yes, it seems a pity, doesn't it? Because it kind of feels like logical, and it seems madness that they can't use the next version of the same. And again, you know, technically, I know absolutely zero about it, but it feels like madness that they're not able to do that. I mean, is that? Do you know if that's the same across the board on all other games, or is it kind of a little bit of a unique problem for Train Sim World? I'm going to confuse myself even more in a minute when we do the next run on Train Sim Classic. Yeah, I could kind of get that, yeah. I say they can't just tell us all we need to start again. We're a few seconds in front time-wise. Yeah, well, it's an interesting point, isn't it? It's kind of, you know, lack of ambition, and you know, that kind of does feel a little bit about the Dovetail game story in total, as far as I can see. Yeah. But, you know, again, it's like a problem that they must have foreseen or realised that it was going to be an issue years ago, really. Sometimes it's just seen a little bit beyond the end of your nose. Not always not easy to be ahead of the game all the time, I suppose. Now, are we going to have one stop where I can actually look through my window and we can actually see it? Yeah, that's about right, isn't it? How it should be. Even stuff like that's quite nice, just having a few parked cars along that street there, and it just feels a lot more life than in some of the routes. We got another freight coming through. I want to try and see next week if we can do one of those linked up freight runs as well, that we can cover using the West Coast Main Line and the North London line. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, interesting. Oh, good evening, Connor. Sorry, good evening, Concord, I should say. That's me trying to read the chat from a distance. Good evening, Concord 9289. Couldn't see whether it's a 3 or an 8. Crikey, I think I need to visit the opticians. Yeah, welcome to the stream, and welcome back to Christopher. How was the Frey Bentos? You've not missed a lot, really, because when we started off, we were at Richmond on the way to Stratford, and we're still on the way to Stratford. Yeah, I hope you're well, Concord 9289. Perhaps a good time for me to say that I hope everybody's enjoying the stream. If you've not done so before, then please like and subscribe. I'd be tremendously grateful. It's been a little bit of a quieter week, but there's a couple of new subscribers, and thanks for all the support as ever. Yeah, definitely, and I'm kind of pleased the fact that you can do the full run, which was kind of why I started off at Richmond in Train Sim Classic, but it does feel rather worlds apart. I mean, sometimes Train Sim Classic can look pretty good, which is what I'm hoping to show with the next route, actually, when we do that Niklas run from Dartford to Charing Cross, and you know, he's done a good job of that. Yeah, it's good that we could do the full run from Richmond to Stratford, albeit using Train Sim Classic. Anyway, I don't think there's much doubting about the scores, Amaze Taze. The number of times I've gone over the speed limit by some distance, quite significant in this run. Stuff like that, though, the attention to detail, you know, absolutely loaded with graffiti. Yeah, definitely, and I mean, I think some of these overground stations, you know, absolutely amazing places, really. You know, they've obviously had to do a lot to make them accessible for wheelchair users and things like that, but they are absolutely amazing stations, some of them now, and the whole Overground network. I mean, you look back to some of the older videos and the older stuff from the 70s and the 80s, where British Rail were running an absolute bare bones service, and it's light and day. This is one of me really enjoyable bits of this coming into Stratford. You can see the Olympic Park over in the background, West Ham Stadium as it is now. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that is one station that they've really got to have looking rather prim and tidy, haven't they? And you know, the world famous Kew Gardens. Oh, good evening, Hayley. Yeah, welcome again to the stream. Thanks for joining us once more. Hope you're well. thing you can always say coming into Stratford is it's never going to be quiet. We've got a Greater Anglia service there. We've got a Docklands light rail as well in the background. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I don't know masses about some of the American routes, but yeah, that sounds good. Ailey. Ah, right, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And again, you know, I mean, to my mind, that's totally unacceptable to be releasing a route that is just not going to be able to be handled. How can they advertise a game that's available for people to buy that is going to crash? Ah, excellent, Concord. Yeah, well, I can guess your interest with your name. Have you ever flown on the Concorde? I've only ever even seen it once in the flesh. You know, sort of at close range, but certainly never managed to fly on it. I mean, I don't know. I've got a platinum score on that because some of that driving was not very good at all. You know, the number of times when I was speeding, I mean, I've had 292 points knocked off for speeding. So I would imagine I'm going to be behind on the scores on that one, that's for sure. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's kind of like, I guess it's nice as well, and but annoying at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sadly I never. I mean, I'm old enough certainly to remember Concorde, but sadly I've never flown on it. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. An 8 Scooby. I'd love to have the Piccadilly line actually. You know, just partly out of tribute to all the work that Dale Charman's put in on his YouTube channel. I mean, sadly, he can't put up any new videos anymore, but the fact is there's an absolute shed load of every run. Night, day, busy, not busy, delays, straight through runs, unusual moves. You know, there's a load of stuff. So it'd be an interesting route to have in. I can even I know that one, Christopher. That's well done, Amaze Days. That's automatic. Yeah, you beat me to it. Automatic train operation. Well done. Yeah, so that's a success for you there, Amaze Days. Well done. I mean, the interesting thing is, I mean, we've got the Met line on Train Sim Classic, and in real life, you have ATO in the tunnel section from Finchley Road to Aldgate, but it's the game is based from just before that, so we don't quite have that in the game. Yeah, I mean, basically, you press a button, I think, to activate it, and the only thing the driver has to do is open and shut the doors. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's, you know, it must be. I suppose it's a lot easier for the drivers. There was a driver who retired on, I think it was the Jubilee line. Was it the Jubilee line? Well, he was certainly retiring anyway, and he said he much preferred driving in ATO mode. I mean, from a train simulator point of view, it's kind of like, it'd be a bit boring, really. And I think that's one of the reasons why, probably not the only reason, but one of the reasons why they're maybe not rushing to do the Elizabeth line. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Yeah, and I suppose you've still got to have your wits about you, haven't you? Because if for any reason you think it's not behaving exactly as it should be, then you could still actually override it and bring the train in as normal, can't you? And I know there's still moves in and around the depots and stuff like that where you would actually still drive it properly. I think it'd be the dream job, actually, to be a tube driver. It just looks so exciting. Yeah, I mean, I suppose the only way they could do it would be to say, you've got a choice. And I guess that's the way the real train works. You can say, look, you can drive it in ATO mode, or you can drive it in normal mode, and you've kind of got the choice. So we did say, didn't we, we'd have a quick look at doing a free roam to into Dalston Junction, so I'll try and do that for you. Oh, good evening, 156 Andrew, Shortbread Express, as ever. Lovely to see you, and hope you're well. So the problem with this is it's trying to actually get the thing to spawn in time to get your training, because it's so busy. Yeah, so we have actually got a train here. So let me get my bearings right. So yeah, this is a West Coast. So we'll have to wait for this to disappear and then quickly get a train loaded down. Wait for this one to go. This is only just a short run. Yeah, I guess that would make it a bit more challenging, difficult, wouldn't it? So it's probably a no-go, really, isn't it? I mean, I guess if they ever do the Great Eastern Main Line, then we've already got the 710, so you could, at least you could have a reskin of those operated into Liverpool Street. You could set it a few years back before the Elizabeth line was fully into operation. Right, so I'm going to have to be quite quick though here. Right, so spawn new train. there we go. Let's do your no, it's not letting me at the moment. It looks as though, have we got another train coming up already? I have done this before. Just so busy, the timetable, that you've got a train coming in every 5 seconds. That's the problem. Yeah, that's true. Maybe it doesn't like the fact that I'm trying to spawn in something that's... yeah, let's try that. It might not like the fact that we're trying to spawn in something that's that might want to be in DC mode, into AC mode. Oh, we've got another train in now. Hang on, we'll have to wait for that to depart then, first of all. Yeah, you might be right. We'll wait for this thing to go first. Tell you what, whilst we're here, hang on. Let's try and... I can't remember how I did it before. I tried this out a few weeks ago. I managed to get it to work. Do that one. Yeah, you see it's working now. Well, I don't know whether that's just the train or what it is, so... Right, okay, well we've got possession of the track, so we're alright now. The one thing I do know is we can't get out at Dalston Junction because I tried there and I think I fell to the floor or something, so it's kind of only half modelled. That's it, yeah, I was thinking, where's the key now? Right, so we need to set a path for it now, don't we? Right, that doesn't work. I forgot which direction I'm in now. I know it works. Right, we now need to wait for that train to leave, don't we, I think? There we go. Yeah. We're in. This is actually a better model of the unit than the one I did on the Watford Junction to Euston service. Make a quick stop at Canterbury. Fabulous looking train, by the way. All right, yeah, fantastic. Sorry, mate, I forgot to ask. Have you actually started that already? That's great. Yeah, I remember, was it last week when we were discussing this, or the week before? Do you know, time flies so quickly. Yeah, I bet that's a marked difference. Not even as bad as like driving in a 7.5 tonner, is it? Keep an eye on these signals, actually. He says, oh. Oh, well. We survived that. Don't know how. I've got a feeling that might actually be just in there because you're not supposed to be going this way. Yeah, because this is yellow, isn't it? This time. Yeah, so I know the platforms are in there now. You kind of see lots of botch modelling here because, of course, we're not really supposed to be in this section. But you do get a glimpse of orange where they've maybe used the same model as the one from Train Sim Classic. But I'm not going to try and get out, because the last time I tried to leave the train here, I ended up falling through the floor. But maybe when it's suitably modelled, it might be a thing to come in the future. Yeah, this is it. This is Wilston. Junction. So it proves it's in the game anyway. Right, it says pass it. It doesn't really matter, does it? Because that's we've seen it. Right, that's brilliant. So yeah, glad you're enjoying the new job. That's great to hear. Okay, so that's that, and then we're going to move on to back to Train Sim Classic now. Oh yes, of course, you've got that to look forward to, haven't you? Yeah, pleasure, yeah. And maybe it's just a sign that perhaps Train Sim, that Johannes might, who knows, it's pure guesswork, isn't it? But perhaps he might do the East London line at some point. All right, okay. Well, hopefully not too far off, Christopher. But, yeah, that'll be nice. Always nice to head into spring with optimism and things to look forward to. So we're now going to take in a bit of Train Sim Classic, but this is absolutely brand new, released this week by a chap called Niklas. He's added in the Bexleyheath part of the line between here, Dartford and Charing Cross. So we'll be calling it Barnhurst, Bexleyheath, Welling, Falconwood, Eltham, Kidbrooke, Blackheath, Lewisham, London Bridge, London Waterloo, East and London Charing Cross. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I must give that a go. Actually, that sounds quite good. Oh yeah, The brain shudders at the thought of more and more tax rises. It really does. This is Train Sim Classic, Hayley. Oh, that's good news. Christopher. But this is new stuff that's come out this last week. This has been done by a chap called Niklas, who doesn't live in the UK, but he's created a large part of the Southeastern network now for Train Sim Classic. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing this one, Dartford. We're doing. I can't remember. Actually, we are going to be a 12-car unit. We're starting off with. We've got to shunt. We've got to actually do a bit of shunting here, which is not something I usually have to do. Oh, I know, it's madness, isn't it? It's it really is madness. Forgot how you turn the tail lights off this thing. Yeah, that's it. Oh yeah. We'll have a little bit of wait at Dartford actually. And I believe we're okay into the platform. Nice 56 down a freight duty. Supposed to be going at 5 miles an hour actually, rather slow into the platforms. Yeah, they kind of are, Christopher. I mean, this has been done by somebody's hard work, absolutely for free. And this route is actually available on Steam Workshop, which is absolutely free. There's a number of routes that you need to make it work, and I think the latest one is the Huddersfield line. But if you've kind of kept up with a lot of the British content over the years on Train Sim Classic, then the chances are you've already got the routes that are needed. And I have to say, his modelling skills, I mean, he's basically used the assets that are already there without using anything actually new, and he's done a brilliant job. Take this fairly slow because we've actually got a couple up to this unit in front. So just bear with me a sec, I'll not read the chat for a second. There we are, so that is connected. I mean, sometimes I think you have to press buttons to couple, but I can see down there we've actually done it, so we're all right with that. Put that into neutral. Yeah, we should be okay. Let's go through to the front then. We should be all right to open the doors. I think we've got a few minutes before departure time actually, 15:54, so we've got about where are we? About 7 minutes. There's quite a bit going on, to be honest. We can do a bit of watching of the movements between now and then. Oh yes, yeah. Sorry, I was lost then. Yeah, 56. Yeah, of course it was. It was nice looking livery. It did make me think actually about looking for other 66 liveries, but I haven't downloaded them in time for tonight. Absolutely. Yes, you get a few oddities like that. But as I say, for all that though, it's lovely, and we've got a nice track texture being used, so it's it feels proper busy. see the 707 down there in Southeastern livery as well, and that one's departed. Yeah, the thing was, I wanted to make sure I coupled into it. It's kind of that balance, really. What you always see in real life is that they they completely stop and then edge up, and there's usually a man actually directing them on the platform side. On Trains in World, you can actually couple up, and you have to actually physically get out of your cab and use the connections, which is pretty good. We've still got a bit of time yet. We are a 12-car unit. I might have very slightly shunted the train forward of the signal as well. I hope that doesn't make any difference in terms of the operation of the scenario, because when I played it earlier on, I'm sure I could see the signal from the cab before I departed. Is the point set for us? Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? So I don't know whether that's supposed to depart before us. It's a busy old scene. I like it. Yeah, I think we've got the road, haven't we? Oh no, that one's going anyway. Maybe we haven't got the road. Wonder if actually I haven't set this thing up yet anyway, have I? No, it's actually just want to give myself that starting signal. Oh, there we go. We're all right. We've got a yellow. We're okay. Yeah. Yes, I had a feeling that Thomas the Tank Engine was going to raise its head today, which was kind of why I was keen to emphasise we've not got no Thomas the Tank Engine on the stream. Yeah, maybe I was a bit too forceful with the shunting, because I obviously pushed the train a little bit further forward, but we're all right. There's no points on Train Sim Classic to worry about here anyway. This is literally just brand new, all released in the week. So, I mean, my second run actually, I was planning on doing a run from King's Cross to Cambridge, which I will go back and do, because it's a long time since I've driven that particular route. But with this coming out, I thought, well, let's give it a go. I don't know these lines in and around Kent massively, but I think for somebody who doesn't really know, I think he's basically done these this creation from kind of Google Earth and the cab ride videos. Then he's just got massive quality as a route builder. Yeah, or what's his name with Harry Potter, he who must not be named. Oh, excellent, Amazed Taze. Oh, you'll be able to properly give us a view on what it looks like or feels like. I mean, I've said it before, but the one thing this game is lacking is a custom model for Charing Cross. I mean, that would be absolutely incredible. I did cobble something together. It isn't on the game at the moment, that I used on that when I did that video with Hastings, Charing Cross to Hastings. I mean, I did contemplate doing the full Cannon Street to Street circular thing, because that's now possible, I believe. But I was kind of put off by the fact that it was I think it was an hour 35 or something, the scenario. So I thought that's perhaps just a bit too long. Thanks, Christopher. Yeah, no, that's really appreciated. Yeah, no, that's massively appreciated. Speaking of which, it mustn't be too far off from coffee time actually, but hopefully my brother will remember. I did remind him beforehand. But I'm hoping it looks a bit brighter, Train Sim Classic, this time, because the last couple of times I've done it, I've looked at the recordings of the game, I thought, oh, it looks a bit on the dark side, and it's clearly not as good as Train Sim World, but it's not bad at all. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. You know, I'm not too worried, but yeah, that would be that. Anything would be appreciated. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he might have fallen asleep actually and forgotten, but we won't worry too much. But I love the fact that this chap keeps expanding this route. It just keeps getting better, and you know, it was kind of a part of the route that was missing originally. So it's fabulous to see. I mean, I know Danny, well, say I know Danny. Danny from Dovetail Games created the original route because he's a Kent lad, and that was kind of a bit of a passion project for him. So getting it down to Ramsgate and Dover in the game is one thing, but adding all these extra bits in now is just something else. Where's my 12 car marker? It's over there. Yes, of course. Yeah. Oh, I absolutely love Alan Partridge. Yeah, I'd forgotten. I must admit, I'd forgotten that one. But yeah, absolutely adore Alan Partridge. It's lovely. It just makes me smile sometimes. And you know, sometimes when you hear sports commentators and presenters and so on, you're always thinking, oh, that was a bit Alan Partridge like. I always think when I'm watching England or the FA Cup on ITV with Sam Matterface, he always reminds me a little bit Alan Partridge style. Yeah, well, I'll consider it. I mean, it's in all honesty, I mean, probably with the Thomas thing, I'm kind of not that bothered about driving it really. But you know, again, you know, gratefully appreciated. I'm sort of more. Maybe one day when it comes in a sale or something, then I'll consider it. I think that's me, the honest view of it. Can't quite bring myself to be bothered about driving it, and but I mean, it's good for what it does, and it's going to get a lot of interest amongst young people and the kids driving trains, which is no bad thing. But yeah, there's many a time I've laughed at Alan. It's quite a while since I've actually seen some of the Alan Partridge stuff, but I've watched every episode more than once. some things get repeated. I mean, they're probably all on YouTube now, but some stuff gets repeated all the time. You know, like, I mean, I love Fools and Horses, but that's on You and Gold, as I think it's called nowadays, on, you know, all the time. But you know, some of the other stuff, not so much so. And yeah, Alan Partridge, and kind of the same era, really, Father Ted. And he died far too young, didn't he? The chap who played Ted. But again, another series I absolutely adore. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, no, it's really appreciated. So this is Bexleyheath then, which is kind of, I mean, there's not masses. I like that though. I mean, you've got kind of, you know, you're absolutely embedded in trees, and you could have kind of almost think, well, I'll just put the trees in for the scenery, but he's actually gone the extra distance, and looking at layering that in, and the car park and stuff like that is great. Ah, right, fantastic. Yes, I've forgotten about that. Yes, of course, because we were saying, weren't we, the other week? Oh, we got a bit of rain in now. Not often we get rain on our streams. Yeah, do you have a good time? Was he kind of local, or did you have to travel far to see him, or was he somewhere in Shropshire? We need a bit more windscreen wiper on, don't we? I think at the moment. Some of these windscreen wiper sounds on Trade Sim where you get this very irritating screech which can get on your nerves. So this one's not too bad. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And I think that's the thing, isn't it? And I think when you know a line massively well, you know, it'd be the same for me looking at the bits in and around Stoke. Then you're kind of looking for every detail. You're thinking, oh, there's a pub there, and no, it doesn't look like that, or you know, it's this, that, and the other. Right, fantastic. Well, that's kind of dedication, isn't it? Yeah. No, that's great. Yeah, I can remember him. I can remember. It's not something I've watched religiously, but I certainly remember him. And I must confess, I mean, you mentioned about seeing him the other week, and I did think, oh, I'll have to look out a couple of videos on YouTube, but I've promptly forgotten. I love the perseverance as well with this route. You know, he'd already built a massive section of it, and you know, he could have been well within his right to say, I've done enough now, but he's just kept going with it, which is brilliant. and he's also kind of limited by the assets in the game, but the modelling skills are incredible, I think. Yeah, brilliant. Oh, that's great to hear. You can probably hear my dog barking in the background. I don't know what he's getting himself excited about. Yeah, it's great, and I mean, I think that was like an official route, the North London line, although it's it's kind of quite old now. But you kind of got custom made. There's a custom made bridge, at least, and they kind of put custom buildings in and stuff like that. I'd kind of forgotten that he was still building this, and I've kind of followed the. I kind of forgotten that it was still being worked on. So delighted to see that. It's nice, these little surprises as well that come out, stuff that you aren't expecting. So it's just a nice little treat. I've kind of got a bit of a soft spot for the 465 as well. Again, one of the last of the kind of the old Brel built EMUs. Wow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's good to see the cab, but this is one of those great trains in terms of viewing, and it is a good train to actually view the route on, which is again partly another reason really why I didn't do the Cannon Street Circular, because we'd have seen again it would have been a rather restricted view. And you can actually amend it to a certain extent. You can pull back on it, but and where you can see the cab. I know he's just had a week and a bit off as well, so yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean they still feel like a modern unit to me, and I mean ironically the King's Cross Cambridge route I was going to do was going to be with a 365, so we'll get that done anyway the next week or two. I was thinking again, you never quite know what comes out in the week, but I was going to give next week a little run on the Holyhead, the North Wales coast line, because that's now been upgraded, hasn't it? So I haven't even downloaded that yet. So I was thinking we can have a kind of a part Avanti, part freight route run, but we'll see. Yeah, we've got Harry barking in the background. I don't know whether you can pick it up from the microphone. He's normally quite settled on these Sunday evenings and goes off to sleep, but he seems something's attracted his attention. Hopefully it won't be raining all the way to Charing Cross. Looks like it's slackening off actually. Right, okay. So I'm guessing that was... Yeah, I see it, yeah, I've got it. There probably are better road textures, but again, he's very much gone for the stuff that's readily available. And again, you know, he's gone to the effort on something that's not immediately next to the track, but a little bit further away, but putting in all those line wallings as well. Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's... Didn't realise it did that. That's quite good. It's got that noise where it's scraping the window because it stopped raining. Right, let's turn them off properly. I love that. I think that's brilliant. Ah, right, okay. Yep, wow. Yeah, I mean that is fantastic because people, you know, don't always realise, but he's probably spent a good few nights just trying to get that little bit of detail right in its own right. I think it's always amazing when you know, you see something that you know so well brought to life. And I mean, I was very excited when Alan Thompson Simulation brought out the Stoke Loop, as he called it, and included the bit up to Kidsgrove and onto Crewe, but still waiting for the bit between Kidsgrove and Stockport, really. I know. This is the thing. I think it's yeah, small details like that do make me laugh. Yeah. It's just constantly looking for you know, just little bits of detail that just feel right and realistic. I mean, I like the fact as well with the rain that you know, you've got the rain spots on the windscreen, but if it carries on being dry, they will actually clear off over time. I mean, I think when this first came out as Rail Simulator, you had rain spots on the window, which didn't look as good as they do now, and it didn't actually impede your view, so it took a while for you to even need the windscreen wipers. Yeah, I love that. And I mean, I don't know how much of like the 3D, how much of Google Earth is 3D in this area, but it makes a difference when it is. Where are we now? I keep putting that DSD on by mistake. Interesting. Ah, lovely. Yeah, no, that's good to hear. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I must admit, some of those, you know, some of these old council estates that were kind of knocked up in the '60s, where you know, they had a real reputation and stuff, but sort of fascinated a little bit by the stories behind that. I watched a few videos and bits and pieces, like those high-rise ones around Glasgow when they replaced the tenement buildings and stuff. And that's why, I mean, I've mentioned it a few times, but when I do the London Euston thing, you've got that Alexandra Road estate thing, and I was amazed to see that represented so well, and the tower blocks so well out of Euston. Ah, good evening, Connor. Welcome as ever, and good to hear from you. I'm sure the announcements are coming. You haven't got the rugby to distract you from this week. I honestly don't know where people find the time to build all this stuff. All right, marvellous. And I bet it wasn't always so pleasurable. I should imagine it was pretty busy on most days. All right, well, for the Bank of England, Christopher. I think it's a great name, isn't it, as well? Threadneedle Street. There we go, bang on tune as always. All right, okay, yeah, marvellous. Yeah. All right, excellent. Which is probably better, I suppose, in a way. Although I bet it meant a few early nights or very tired mornings, one or the other. Yes, one of those bowler hats, sort of John Cleese style. Oh wow! Oh, that's amazing in its own right. So I think we're kind of leaving this new section of line, and then we're going to join into Lewisham in a minute, which is kind of all the stuff that was already on there. This is an interesting station as well at Lewisham. It's like on a bit of a triangle. Yeah, see why I've used the Huddersfield line for this game, because I can see a building we just passed there, which he's obviously used to put in from there, I think. Yes, yes, indeed. I've thought much the same thing myself, actually, Christopher. Yes, indeed. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure your workings were a little bit more on the more respectable side. Yeah, definitely right. Definitely right. Yeah, yeah. I think you've got the right name for the for YouTube as well. Sums you up perfectly. Really is amazing. Yeah, absolutely right. So we've enjoyed the new section, and now we are coming into the last bit, which is quite interesting. Really into the busy bit. London Bridge. It's the old London Bridge, and then a representation, at least, of Charing Cross. Yeah, you seem to hear the old stories, didn't you? Right, okay, yeah. You've got that little section over there as well. I mean, this bit here must have been an absolute pig to do as well, because it's actually he had to do it slightly a different than what it is on Google Maps, because I think London Bridge was put in the wrong place originally. It was a very old route. Yeah, absolutely. That would be really good, wouldn't it? doing some volunteering on there. Yeah, it'd be nice to think you were getting something out of it, I think. Yes, I know what you mean. You've kind of got that, I think we've passed it now, haven't we? But you've got that strange situation going on where you've got all these tracks up in the air, but it seems as though everything joins back down on this level again. Yeah, that's a nice route, Connor. We've got that on Train Sim. So we better speed up a bit. We're going to be a bit late. I don't know if he's amended any of these sections from what he'd done before, but he'd done a fab job. Yeah, one of those odd little stations, yeah. Bit like that one near Manchester Piccadilly on the Glossop line, wherever that first station is. Oh, that's interesting, Christopher. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is the Cardiff City Network, the much maligned Cardiff City Network. That'll be our home for the next bit. So we'll do 2 or 3 runs. I'm trying my best to enjoy it. I felt looking back at, I haven't watched it all, but I watched a few bits of when I did the live stream on Cardiff the other night, and I was thinking, crikey, I did sound a bit grumpy about it all. But I can't pretend I'm slightly disappointed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think Niklas has said he'd like to have a modern version of London Bridge built, but it's quite nice having the old station. See the Shard in the distance. Yeah, great question, Christopher. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and you know, I think I've desperately tried not to listen to a lot of the streams because I kind of wanted to, when I did stream it, I thought I wanted to, I'd watched the preview of it, but I kind of wanted to form my own impressions of it. But I mean, I think they are allowed to a certain extent, but like we said before, it's that, you know, sort of bite the hand that feeds you and all that. You know, they're not going to say, this is absolutely atrocious, do not buy this under any circumstances. So I think they kind of have to be somewhere in between. I mean, the one thing I love about doing this run is just the absolute shed load of trains that you get. And you know, you've got the 465, you've got Thameslink, you get other Southeasterns with the 707, all sorts of different variations. This is very much the old London Bridge with, again, Amazed Says will definitely remember the time when the bridge was like that. And I think he's taken a few liberties with the platforms. He's had to modify it a little bit just so as it can get trains running in and out. Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Yeah, you go down, you know, there's that massive concourse now. You go down the steps. I think the problem was, I mean, I know that bridge going over used to get so crowded, but now you've got this huge concourse down below. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, yeah. Oh wow, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's, there it goes. I love this section, I have to say, between London Bridge and Charing Cross. And I was absolutely thrilled when it came in, because I find this bit like coming into Waterloo East and then going over the is it the Hungerford Bridge and into Charing Cross. I think it's such an amazing section, and you know, having Cannon Street in there as well. Yeah, I bet you get incredible views, don't you, up there? I've not been up there. Again, something I must do. One of the, seem to have been to London. My only criticism is this bit here could just do with a little bit of added detail, because they are all buildings from one of the New York routes, I think, and there's plenty of other better assets than that, but it's just a minor point because it's a great section of line. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Cannon Street is actually kind of better represented than is better represented than Charing Cross, really. I quite like that idea with the idea of those two clock towers, or whatever they're supposed to be. And you know, nice the fact that we've got Blackfriars as well. So you've got you could do the through runs on the Thameslink services as well. As I said, the icing on the cake for me would be a 3D model of Charing Cross, because I think the modern Charing Cross is an amazing station in its own right. Certainly a heck of a lot better than I can remember Microsoft Train Sim and them having. I think the route was, I think it was called something like London and Southeast, and it was how it was represented in the 70s, but it always felt so gloomy and dark. But this is great. And I just love the fact that you've got all this plethora of tracks in this very, very tight section, all on viaducts, and you know, it's a really interesting piece of railway. And you know, even stuff like that, I mean, you know, it's had to be cobbled together, but you know, it works. And then of course you have got Waterloo in all its glory. I mean, some people have kind of moaned about the fact that you haven't got tracks coming out of Waterloo, but it'd be pointless really on this route. And there's the London Eye, and then of course this was on the Portsmouth direct route originally, but you can't complain about that. So I think the way things are heading time-wise, because it's 10 to 8 now, I think we might have to. I think I got 3 runs penciled in for the Cardiff City Network. I might have to cut that down to a couple so as we can get the freight run in at the end. Yes, I thought actually, I thought they were using it. I thought they were using that now for like local Southeastern Railway trains. Have they stopped using it again? There's obviously a lot of generic buildings used here, but what's, you know, not to love about that? Last time I actually was around here, I took some quite a few photos with the idea of if I could have a go at kind of doing a kit bash model of this station again. At least I can use some you know, photographic stuff for the textures. Right, okay. Yes, indeed, Connie. I love the model of these units as well. I like the 465. I quite like those. I mean, it started life on Southeastern, but yeah, absolutely, yeah, yes, I agree. I think, I mean, it's credit really. Oh, thanks very much, Dan. Yeah, much appreciated. But I think credit to Niklas for all the hard work that he's put in. I mean, I kind of like this stuff as well. It's, you know, it's like, again, it's, you know, fairly basic, but he's still managed to even put the concourse in, and it works. There we go. Yes, the scenario was from Crankybot, who's a well-known scenario maker for Train Sim Classic, and he's already uploaded a scenario pack for that route. And I think that basically what happens, he's done it the last time they did an upgrade. I think he gets an advanced copy of it, and Crankybot works on getting some scenarios together so the pack can be released quickly. But yeah, thank you very much. I really enjoyed that as well. That was brilliant. So back on to a slightly curtailed Cardiff City Network, I think, which I don't think anybody's going to complain about massively. Yeah, I think the technicalities. I think there's that thing where we left the station and we went through those because we had to couple up to the train. Then I think you technically went through a red signal there. Right, so let's change me the power brake controller to Train Sim World again. Weirdly, with me PVC, I've had to put, I don't know whether it's just I've not downloaded the latest version of it, but I have to keep putting Train Sim World 4 for it to work. If I put Train Sim World 5, it doesn't work for some bizarre reason. But right, so the wonderful Cardiff City Network. So, I mean, there's loads of these depot moves, but we'll do one of these early morning ones first of all, because it's quite nice actually. With it's worth waiting around because we get a couple of freight trains coming through. Which, as you can see, I've done before. Yeah, I think for some reason, because I think it's always been kind of designed a little bit more towards Train Sim Classic, hasn't it? So I don't think the software's 100%. I could sometimes get the reverser on working, but I think it depends on the train, and I guess he probably has to keep upgrading it every time something new comes out. But yeah, the master key has never worked, I don't think, on any of the trains on Train Sim. Train Sim World. Yeah, it's sort of, yeah, it doesn't work on this. Oh, I know what I need to do as well. Just set it into that brake mode. Yeah, you certainly know your stuff, Connor. Oh, good evening, Lawrence. Hope you're well. And good evening, Alani Arizuba. Right, okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. Alani Arizuba. I've kind of made it quite clear. It's not my favourite route, but still some nice bits about it. I do love the livery on the train. You can see the Principality Stadium in the background. Oh, excellent, Lawrence. That's fantastic. What are you driving? Oh yeah. I wish there was a facility in Train Sim World to, by default, every train that you switch on, it's got the safety systems already switched on. Oh, excellent, Lawrence. Have you got the Forks timetable installed, or is it as it came out, or is it on console? I mean, although there seems to be millions of these trips from the depot, and not so many other services, but I do quite enjoy the idea of being able to pick up the train from the depot and take it into the platforms. Yeah, we can't be the only people that have asked. Surely, you know, it seems as though I think they're kind of, for some reason, they're scared to death of people playing the game and just complaining that they can't get the train to move. And it's like, oh, but you've got this stupid alarm going off all the time. But, you know, you could put reminders in there. So we'll just return to free roam, because if I can kind of get me bearings right, we get a couple of nice bits of freight coming through. Even though it's dead early in the morning. That's unless I've... I don't think I missed one. I was reasonably quick picking the train up, wasn't I? I mean, some of the bits in and around Cardiff are quite decent. Here we go. Ah, right, okay, yeah. Well, I think again even the console timetable on TSW5 for the West Coast Main Line is a lot better than as it came out. They have done a fair bit of work, and I think actually Forks, who did the PC mod one, did a nice job in terms of allowing Dovetail Games to use some of his work, and he's worked with them. So I'll just hang on for another minute or two, because I think we get a tanker train coming through as well. I do love the West Coast Main Line South. I think in terms of Train Sim World 5 routes, it has to be still has to be my favourite routes. There are one or two things about it you think are not, it's not highly optimised, particularly around Wilston. It'd be nice if we could get that running a lot better. And again, it's caused a lot of problems for console users, but it's a lovely route though in the main. Maybe not up to the standard though. We were looking at Germany last week with Frankfurt Fulda, and that's a stunning route. The passengers seem to be working a bit better here than they did on the Malmö line. I think that, I'm guessing with the Malmö line it was Dovetail Games not really... yeah, here's the tanker. Oh, sorry, Lawrence. I've kind of just read what you said. So you mean you've got the 378 on the Malmö line, have you? Yeah. Is that because of the console, or issues with the game, or have you just not been able to get the train moving? Right, that's that one then. So what we're going to do now? We're going to do Cardiff Bay to Rudder, which is 2 Juliet 1 2. Yeah, it looks lovely, doesn't it? Looks absolutely lovely. Oh, fantastic, Lawrence. Yeah, I mean that to me is kind of the thing that Train Sim World 5 is all about. I love the fact that you can do that so dynamically. I mean, we were just looking at Train Sim Classic, and it was lovely to do that run, and there's some nice scenarios being created for that particular route. But there's nothing quite like this 24-hour timetable, which just feels so so interactive. And you know, you can change the seasons dead easy. You can change the weather patterns. You could do so. For all I moan about the game, there's a lot I absolutely love about it as well. So we're going to do Cardiff Bay to Rudder. Which I quite like this section actually. This Cardiff Bay. I didn't do this in the live stream. I do quite like this section. Right. Yeah, it's good the fact that you could do London Bridge to Brighton on Train Sim Classic, Connor, isn't it? That's one thing we can't do in Train Sim World. Some bits are nice. I like having the bus stop there with the shelter in the background. Yeah, I agree 100%. And I mean, you look at that Goblin line that they brought out. I mean, it's a year ago now, isn't it? It must have been March last year because Easter was a bit early, but remember it being just before Easter. And oh, wait, we go. Oh crumbs, that was a moment for Christopher. Right, hang on. Off. Forward. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, like I say, the Goblin line's lovely, but then we've had one or two things not quite so good further on, and you know, just little things. I mean, like, you know, in the 5 circle we had automatic announcements in the game, and it's like, well, why can't that be a thing for every route? And you know, they were kind of like, well, this was Rivet Games' idea, but again, we've not seen it since. Yeah, marvellous. Definitely gave the passengers a little bit of a surprise. crumbs. Never got round to. I think you can actually buy a brake controller now, can't you? For from Train Sim controllers, so that you got a separate one. But I just use the horn thing and use it on the their adapted thing. Now this confused me, and of course it's those two reds are the that's Norrows, is it? This is those two lines coming in. So I don't know whether it's like they're in real life, but if they are, they look very, very confusing. This is probably one of my favourite parts of the route, actually. I mean, I know these sounds have got an absolute hammering from people on the forums, but I don't know, they don't sound that bad to me. Again, it's one of these situations where, you know, this is a Pontypridd train, but we're going as far as Rudder, and another one of these shortish branches. I think, I think N8 Scooby was saying. I mean, I'm guessing he's gone now, but I remember him saying he's bought the route so as he can do reskins on the Sprinter, the 150 and the 153. There's been quite a few done already, which is great to see. Yeah, I won't lie, I sound like Gavin and Stacey now, I won't lie, at the end of the day, when all's said and done, but I quite enjoy this line, out of any of the sections. So I think we'll probably do 153 run, try and do a shortish one, and then we'll jump into Freightliner for the final run, to take us up from Camden Road to Stratford, because that's about 40 odd minutes, I think. You never really feel with these services that you never quite get going. I love that squeak when it comes into a stop. I think that's brilliant. I mean, you know, bits like there, and you've got the you've got that lighting, like the way it is down there, those bollards. You know, you think, wow, that's incredible. Oh, hang on. Yeah, definitely right. I think this is actually probably my favourite part of it. There you go. You won't buy it now, don't you, mate? Says. Yeah, I think that's exactly it in a nutshell. And you know, there's some bits like there. It's, you know, the detail is absolutely gorgeous. I kind of almost feel as though, I mean, it was announced originally in that August roadmap, so that's what, you know, sort of 7 months ago, and it's kind of like, look, we need it out now. We're not waiting any longer. Know your train lines, Connor, that's for sure. I mean, I can live with these sounds, and I think the cab's lovely. I think it really does feel as though you're in a Sprinter cab. And I can't remember what I seem to remember the sounds on the West Cornwall local were quite difficult, but I think it's better. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, absolutely right. And you know, I like Matt Pedalston, and you know, some of the people at Dovetail Games seem pretty decent people, but I wish they wouldn't kind of keep on hammering the drum of, you know, this is absolutely perfect. Be good if they were a bit more honest, and okay, you know, I suppose they'll say, yeah, but we're trying to sell people a product, but you know, if they could kind of hang on a bit, and I think they just need to work with these third parties a bit better, really. It seems to be, you almost get the feeling sometimes that they're almost surprised. It's like, you know, oh, we didn't realise it was that bad, sort of thing, but why on earth has it got to that stage? mean, sometimes I think the you know, you look at these rather weird passenger movements, and it's kind of symbolic of what's wrong with dovetail games. It's like sometimes they have difficulty in controlling what they've created. I think you complain about the sounds there. I think that was more of me, my acceleration. I mean, people, you know, again, you know, a lot on the forums, people have kind of talked about rivet games not having the kind of the passion for it, and they just churn these things out. But I'm not sure that's the case. And you know, like I say, there's bits that they put a lot of hard work in, clearly, and you know, they'll probably never be able to publicly admit it, but they're probably just as frustrated at having to rush things out. But they kind of need to talk to each other a bit more and manage the process a bit better. Yeah, so I definitely feel as though this is probably me best, the most enjoyable part of this route, and I must admit I did enjoy this run actually. No complaints about the train. Maybe I was just in a bit of a grumpy mood when I did the live stream on Wednesday. Well, that was nice. I enjoyed that. Now you're missing dad rail on Thomas the Tank Engine by the looks of it. Right, so 2027. It's going to have to be a very quick one on this 153. Right, okay, we'll do the we'll do that. It's 11 minutes, isn't it? So yeah, tell you what, a bit later on though than that perhaps. Oh, I want one of the 11 minutes ones though. Perhaps they're only earlier in the day, are they? No, we'll do that. We'll do that one, but we'll make it. We'll make it August, and so it should be light. I must at some point give the conductor mode a go as well. Right, so let's get this train set up. Oh, right, excellent. Yeah, yeah, I'll have to have a look at that. That sounds good. I do have to say, some such brilliant mods. I mean, there's something virtually every day that you can look at. So we are at 153, but we're 2 cars. Tell you what, you were talking about being quiet at, I mean, this is supposed to be 6:30 in the morning, and the whole of Cardiff's just got off that train. I believe they've got these sounds from the ScotRail 153, haven't they? So these should be pretty accurate. Actually, yeah, definitely right. Yeah, there's so much coming out that to keep each of these add-ons. Hi, Mark. And again, welcome again to the stream. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yeah, fair play, I think that. I think that's probably what it's about worth. But it's nice we've got a new loco DMU with the can you call a single car unit a DMU? We've got a nice unit anyway, the 153. Yes. there's certainly an incredible amount of tall buildings in the background. I've been once to Cardiff many years ago. I've never been to the, well, I still think of it as the Millennium Stadium, but I've never been to the Principality Stadium. Where we're stopping at on this service? Well, yeah, Heath High Level is our next stop. I mean, I'd love to just feel as though it's like, well, they built this bit, and you know, hopefully they'll sort out some of the bugs and stuff, and those might get changed, hopefully. But it would be nice if they could actually say, well, actually, we're going to extend it, we're going to pan it out a bit. But that remains to be seen. You know, my expectation is that that's probably very, very unlikely. I need to put throttle off, and then actually we've got no, we're on flat ground now. We should be able to accelerate. I'm fine, thank you, Richard. Thanks for watching. Hope you were well. Right, I will. Yeah, absolutely. In the daytime, you mean, or at night? Just realised for the first time with this unit, the sounds sound too loud for being inside the cab. So they might be the right sounds, but it sounds as though this was kind of with the window open or something. Oh, crikey. Wow. Yeah, I'll definitely have a look at that. Oh dear. Yeah, I thought you might be saying there was some weird effects going on with the you know, with the night time or something, but wow, that does sound amazing. Yeah, I've not spotted that before. I still can't quite understand. It's like, well, if ScotRail have allowed them permission to record the 153, why haven't they got those 385 sounds yet for Edinburgh, Glasgow? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Oh, I must have a look at that, yeah. I must admit, that was one route that I found. I mean, I like the 5 circle because of the variety, but the Edinburgh Glasgow one I never quite got the hang of really, and I think the 385 is the biggest disappointment I've ever heard. Supposed to be like an allotment or something. That's an allotment, isn't it? I'd love to know if that's there in real life. That's lovely. I love the sound of the birds as well. Wow. Hang on. Yeah, definitely. Right, enjoyed that. That was good. So that's a quick look at the Cardiff City Network, and I must confess, I enjoyed the. Yes. Yeah, so did I. That's kind of what grabbed my attention, really. I thought, what's going on there? Is that Cardiff up? But yeah, no, it's like a dirt track, isn't it? Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I think I feel a bit more positive about it, having done those couple of runs, and maybe it's one of those that is going to I'm going to enjoy more over time. So perhaps there's just bits of the network I haven't properly kind of got the hang of yet. I mean, I drew the map so as I could kind of get my head around where you came from and to, but yeah, enjoyed it. So last run then, and we're going to do it's the 0946 Class 66 EWR, so it's Camden Road to Stratford. What shall I do it with? I won't use the Great Western Express because that's, yeah, go on, we'll do it with the aggregate. So yeah, Camden Road to Stratford, that's the one. Great. And I believe it was one of the awesome, it was mentioned on the Awesome Train Sim website, so hopefully it'll be pretty decent. So loving the graffiti. So I know we have got a slight wait. Right, day running. And ESD on normal. Yeah, I bet you wished it went down to Primrose Hill on the game N8 Scooby. I know that's one of your things. It goes a little bit beyond where we are, but not quite all the way down, I don't think. Oh, there we go. We got clearance. I hope I'm getting a bit more used to driving the Class 66 now. Ah, okay. Right, excellent. So it's not, there's not a massive amount of it missing then, is there, N8 Scooby? All right, okay. Yeah, again, it'd be interesting to do a free run roam mode again, which you probably could, but I don't know how much in terms of detail, you know, in terms of scenery we get further on. Yeah, it might do. Yeah, it's something I'll have to have a look at. Certainly does intrigue me, the amount of detail, and I think the Maze Taser said a few times, but it's kind of an indication of hopefully what is going to come from Johannes in the future. I think there's one freight service that starts at, I think I'm right in saying, that starts at Wilston Junction. love that detail there that you got, like the lorries, the background, and the, you know, sort of builder's yard or whatever it's supposed to be, but it's just lovely. Can I hear it saying? Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, we got a brief glimpse, I think, of a, is that a HST? It's the one thing, I mean, years ago, when I first bought the Video 125 North London line, and absolutely loved it, and I've watched it no end of times. It's something I keep coming back to from time to time, and that went off to North Woolwich, but I was just fascinated even then about the amount of freight traffic that kept coming through. We've been quite a tone to have a Class 90 for freight services coming through here as well. I mean, the 86 will do pretty decently though as well. Just, okay, not so much now, but certainly have done in the past. It's not a bad train to drive, to actually take in the scenery a bit better as well, the 66. Yeah, wow. Yeah. Look, I've stopped slightly short for this signal, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I remember the North London line coming out for Train Sim Classic originally with the 378, and then being completely deflated because the sounds were absolutely awful, and it was kind of you were coasting and there was absolutely no sounds at all. There was no sounds of any track joints, and it was awful, and that has been improved, and you know, now we've got the enhancement pack. But when the 313 came out from Armstrong Powerhouse, again it just completely woke the whole thing up, and it was lovely. I mean, there's a nice backdated version of the routes on the backdated Train Sim website as well, and that's a joy to drive. I love the brakes on these things. Yeah, we're going to be held for this 378 coming through. So even though it's stopping, clearly it's got the path ahead of us. Yeah, it's a great video. Great video. I love some of the old video 125 stuff, because it's not just actually the cab ride, but there's a great, they're great informative. I think even people that aren't massively train geeks love the video 125 ones. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think this is a good one as well. I think it's a great route to have freight trains weaving the way through up against the commuter traffic. Oh, hello Gibbets. Hello, welcome to the stream. And, thanks for watching. And again, good time to just mention, if you've not watched before and you're enjoying the video, then please like and subscribe. I'd be tremendously grateful and massively appreciate the support. Yeah, this is something we don't get on the Cardiff City Network, this amount of busyness. So we'll wait for the... I mean, there's no guarantees that we'll actually get clearance now, even though that train's gone, because there might be another 378 to come through. All right, okay. Yeah, what are you up to at the moment? The only thing I'll say is it takes time, and of course, you're constantly trying to grow. It does take time. Oh, thank you very much. That's massively appreciated. And I'll have to have a look at your channel. Are you sort of mainly Train Sim World, or what's your main interests? Well, you'd be surprised. And people will. It's funny the way YouTube works, and I think, in the early stages, you kind of do get that feeling that you don't know who's interested. There's a load of competition. I mean, I've still got a long way to go, really, in terms of what I'm hoping to achieve with it. But exactly right. You will definitely get there. And I mean, when I first started streaming, it was kind of like I didn't know who would watch it, if anybody, and it's taken time. And when I did the live streams, it was like, I'm not sure how long I'm going to be going on for, because I might be talking to myself for hours and hours and not a soul's watching it. But people do, and you very quickly get into a lovely, nice community. Very good. Yeah. Ah, lovely. I must say, oh, there we go. So we've got a double yellow on the right, so we've definitely got another train that's got priority over us. Yeah, I love. I mean, I've only watched bits and pieces of flight sim videos, and I only get the time, but the scenery, particularly when you're coming around a major city, is absolutely amazing. And you know, the fact is, you kind of got the whole world to go at as well, which is incredible. Yeah, definitely encourage you to keep at it, and it's richly rewarding. I mean, it takes time up as well, and it's kind of having the time to put the videos up and keep going with it. But yeah, worth the effort. Seems a bit more stuttery, this North London line does, than when I played it earlier. I'm streaming every week, and I've kind of found a little slot for myself, really, with, you know, the idea is we go live 5 o'clock on Sunday night. I've been doing that for 6 months, but I've been doing videos for just over, well, it's about getting on for a year and a half now. Well, a year and a half, year and 4 months. I started December 2023. But I've kind of found that it only really works if you can kind of do a little bit of both. So like kind of a live stream and a recording video, and I think I'm trying to get both up most weeks. Guessing we should hopefully, now we've had a couple of trains going through, we might get the path through in a minute. And you know, some of the streams get more views than others, but it does take time. Ah, thank you very much. Yeah, that's much appreciated. And you know, when you get the time. I mean, I think it's the same with everybody, and you know, there's a lot of people there's quite a few people who do tune in every week, but there might be other people who might be only interested in certain parts of train sim, and so you know, it's got different areas. Try and cover as much as we can, really. I've only dipped my toe into going afield away from the UK. I did a bit of Germany last week, but I still need a lot of practice to try and get into that properly. Yeah, I think you did say, didn't you? You play TSW. What's your favourite route so far? And do you play it on the console or on the PC? And what do you fly as well in flight sim? I mean, I can just about get my train to get from A to B, and I'm on tracks, but goodness knows what havoc I'd cause trying to fly a plane. Right, so it looks as though we've still got another train to come through just yet. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, I'm quite keen to to get that idea going. We can, and it'd be lovely to have a good few people doing the same run at the same time. Oh wow! Yeah, I've seen the F-16 fly no end of times at air shows over the years. Yeah, the Viper, and my favourite display of that's always been the Belgium F-16 display. Always quite dynamic, and they have the smoke trails and everything. Yeah, I might be bottom of the bottom of the league though. I mean, the only good news is there's no relegation, is there? So it wouldn't matter. But yeah, I must get round to having a look at some of these flight sim videos. I love as well, you know, when you see all the stuff around the cities and the major buildings, but when you come into the airports as well and see all the taxiways and all the terminal buildings and stuff. Oh, excellent. You know, I can't remember. I'm sure I must have subscribed to your N8 Scooby. I hope I have anyway. I'll have to double check. But yeah, definitely give it. I'll have a look. No, I've not played that actually. I've seen it streamed. It does look interesting. I would have thought that would be a bit like Busman's Holiday for you in the past. Again, I think when I've seen bits of it, I'll be honest with you, if they kind of represented, they got a really realistic representation of, say, in the UK, and you can kind of recognise, you know, bits of the motorway and bits of the city, and it was reasonably realistic, I'd jump at it. Yeah, that sounds interesting, that. Yeah, so many great stuff. I mean, me and my brother a few months back were watching. I can't remember the man's name, but we were watching a video about. I think he decided to visit every motorway services in the UK, and it sounds such a crackpot idea, but it was you know, it's one of those things. Once you started watching it, you couldn't stop. You know, it was great. I think, oh, why didn't I have the idea for that? Wow. Yeah, now that's a challenge and a half, isn't it? Do you fly passenger planes as well, or do you prefer just the fighter jets? hoping the signal clears at some point. I've got this funny feeling the rate I'm going, we're never going to get there. And again, we've got a yellow on the right, so we're not cleared yet. Ah, marvellous. Yeah, that's marvellous. You know, I think with the passenger planes, I mean, I love the idea of the detail, and I love the idea of, you know, what they've done with it and stuff. But it's just, for me, when you're kind of up in the air, once you've done the taking off, it's that bit in between. It's not quite as, you haven't got the scenery the same as you would with train sim. Although I suppose if you're reasonably low, you know, you're kind of flying amongst the mountains and you can see bits and pieces on a clear day, I guess. Yeah, well, that's good. That's good to know. Yeah, it's a great game. I mean, it's got frustrations, and you know, me and Amazed Taze and, you know, other people have talked about the things we don't like, and there's annoyances with it, but it's still a cracking game, really. And there you are. I mean, you're still interested, and we've been sat at the signal for about 2 years, so oh, that's great. Well done, Amazed Taze. Yeah, I'm sure I've subscribed to your Scooby, but I must double check, make absolutely sure. But I will subscribe to your gimmicks. Ah, right, fantastic, yeah. That is interesting. We must get the road, surely, certainly in a minute. Actually, speaking of combining these two things, there's a route coming out for Train Sim World 5, eventually anyway, from Alan Thompson Simulation, the Manchester, I forgot what it's called now. it's featuring Manchester anyway, and it's going to have Manchester Airport on there as well, and it looks as though they've done a bit of the concourse as well. There's like a big walkway, so it'll be good to see that, and seeing some of the planes coming into land on Train Sim World 5 on that, and it should be a bit more detail than we've ever seen before for an airport in Train Sim World 5. I know, yeah, I'm thinking that. Yes, yeah, it's just Manchester Airport commuter, isn't it? And you know, again, you know, we criticise about the shortness, but I think because it's a route I kind of know, you know, a lot more even than London routes, really. I can kind of forgive them for that, and it's going to add a bit of variety. There's plenty of commuter stuff, but also we can do Pendolino runs from Piccadilly to Wilmslow, and also it'll be good to actually bring a Pendolino into service from Longsight Depot and start out the train. Yeah, it really does. Really good. Does got high hopes, and I mean, some people say it's probably a meaningless or unnecessary thing, but they've also got the bit at Manchester Piccadilly where I think you can walk down the steps towards where the tram station is, and you know, where the taxis wait outside. So it does look really, really nice. Yeah, it's funny you should say that, actually, because I'm not definitely sure yet, but I was thinking about doing a recorded video on a Transpennine service from Preston to Carlisle, and I thought, you know, show people again the difference with you know, a kind of a replication of a modern version. That there is a scenario on there, can't remember which direction it's in. I'm so looking forward to the 86 as well coming out. And there's some nice, again, it's just finding the time to download all the reskins and this, that and the other, but there's some nice stuff keeps coming out for scenarios at Train Sim Classic, and there was a nice 86 run featuring something from last weekend with the League Cup final with, it was only like rugby to Wembley, but they got the 86 with the Mark II carriages, and again, exactly as it was in real life. Yeah, I hope this signal's going to clear. I mean, the idea is, I think we're supposed to reach Stratford in about 8 minutes' time. Oh yeah, definitely, and then that'll be so much value then on West Coast Main Line South and on this route as well, to be running freight services. And I think somebody will do a reskin of that pretty quickly. Again, we've got a double yellow, so I think we've got another one coming through in a minute. Feels as though we're miles off yet in the moment. Yeah, I don't think I've waited this long at a signal before, but I think we're going to get clearance eventually. Yeah, and I think somebody's doing the other football special as well, and I think they're doing that in 3 parts with I think it was the 87 and the red and cream carriages as well. They call it Carmine Cream, don't they? I think. So that looked pretty good. And in a way, that suits me because I almost can't stand the idea of driving into London Euston now with Train Sim Classic, because it just doesn't feel as good as doing it in Train Sim World. Right, good question, Gibbets. I'm Stoke City, which is my part of the world. Mace Taves will tell you his, though I know the answer to that. And what about yourself? Right, could this be the last train? Yes. Yes, indeed. I think we're all relieved at the moment that it's an international weekend. I mean, my team's on the verge of sliding into League One, so it's a relief not to have to think about that this weekend. Oh right, okay. Dear. Yankees. Oh dear. That doesn't sound good, does it? It's usually... Ah, right, interesting. Give it... Well, if you go back to thinking about that, you go back to the start of the Premier League. The last team to win the top flight before it was the Premier League in '91 was Leeds, and just before that it was Liverpool. Yeah, I think we've asked him, and he's said no at the moment. I mean, the only reason I've got some sort of hope is that bright signal, that NL1249 is remaining on red, so hopefully that gives us some sort of clue that we've got something going. I know, maybe that's the... Oh, wait a minute though. That's cleared into yellow again, isn't it? So that must mean that the next 378's got the road. Well, it's probably not going to make any difference at all, but I'm going to edge just slightly different forward a couple of yards. I only picked this one because it said it was on the awesome Trade Sim website, which is normally pretty good. We're definitely not going to make time anyway, are we here? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I appreciate that we're going to hold you up slightly for the signals. I think, I don't know, we'll give it slightly longer, but it could be that yeah, I think this might be one that's not actually working. I think you might be right. seem to be in a constant loop, because, you know, it's fair enough that you're held up for a 378 stopping that gets in front of you, but you would assume we would amble up behind it. It's kind of like, once this has gone through the block, you would feel as though we should be getting the road. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously that stopped at, but it's kind of like there's a couple of signals ahead of that, so I think it's broke. Well, if that signal on the right, that NL1249, if that changes to yellow again, then I think I might just give up. Oh, crumbs, it has, hasn't it? It's gone to yellow again. Yeah, well, we're only about halfway, roughly. I mean, you can see there, and Stratford is all the way over here. Yeah. I don't know why, but we're broke. Yeah, it still says denied, no route available. Yeah, well, I think the end of the stream is nigh. I don't think we'll be able to go on much longer, otherwise I'm going to be late for work at this rate tomorrow. I'll wait and see what happens when this train pulls out, and I think that's probably going to be the end of it. Yeah, well, thank you very much for the company, Gibbets, and I'll certainly have a look out for your channel, and I'll certainly subscribe. It's great to support other people. some people would say this part of the video has been about as exciting as watching paint dry. So yeah, appreciated your company. Thanks for tuning in. Right, so that train's got the clearance. The problem is it's just this constant reoccurring thing, isn't it? I know, I think you're right. And much as I get on with my boss really well, I'm not sure he quite understands that one. I mean, we're already 6 minutes over what we should be. We're miles away from Stratford, so we're into some sort of weird train sim loop, aren't we now, I think? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. We're going to have to call it a day, aren't we? We've tried. Nobody can say we haven't tried. For some reason, it's failed us. Funnily enough, this is a fairly unusual problem. Trains in World 5 generally, with the 24-hour timetable, the signals generally work like clockwork, but you can find the odd broken one. I mean, weirdly enough, I know that people have completed it before because somebody recommended how good it was, but clearly, for whatever reason, it's broke now. Yeah, I think we're going to give it a day then. Yeah, absolutely. It's funny, isn't it? Yeah, we had a problem at the start, and yeah, a strange start and then a funny end. But anyway, as ever, thank you very much for watching Amaze Tays and your company. I've enjoyed it, and try and get a video up in the week. And again, thank you very much for all the support from everybody, the company, the chat. Really appreciated it. So I think it's time to say, from Powerflower Trains and Planes, it's good night. I'll see you next Sunday at 5 o'clock for some more train sim action. Thank you very much. All the best. Bye. Yeah, thanks again, Gibby. Much appreciated.